Okay. Took a couple of like a week off of playing PoE2. Played Pantheon. Probably bounce back and forth. But for now, back to leveling my stat stacker.
Not letting these snakes get in me. Not a chance.
My God.
We evil.
Hmm. I think I've killed the big guy already here. No, apparently not.
a monkey like that before. What a ruckus! Going big around here. Good riddance.
I need 2 more to get 10% increased attributes.
Boy, a dead man. Looks a bit.
This from it.
Still alive? I got the goods, if you've got the coin.
1 second.
Swore I'd never fight in the jungle again, damn it. Should ask Miss Verlai about this.
I'm muted. I don't know why I muted myself. Yes, I exist now. You also exist. And I saw you were on earlier.
Oh, that's disgusting it is. One down. Who's next?
So what's on sale in the microtransaction shop right now? Sales. Okay, stash tab sales going on right now. So if you haven't picked up stash tabs yet, now's the time.
I'm in their home turf now.
Okay, so the way Trial of Chaos works and Trial of Ascendancy works. Oh, come on. Okay, hold on. Alright, Trial of Ascendancy. Your first point you can get from doing either the Tier 1 Trial of Chaos or the Tier 1 Trial of Sekhmet. Your second 2 points you can get from doing the other one at Tier 1 or either of them at Tier 2. So if you don't like the Trial of Chaos, you can just do a Tier 2 Trial of Sekhmet to get your next 2 points. Your next 2 points after that, you have to do a Tier 3 of one or the other. Which a Tier 3 of So the tier 1 of the Trial of Chaos is a 4 floor. Tier 2 is the 7 floor. And tier 3 is a 10 floor. So you have to do all 10 in order to get your 6 points if you're going to do Trial of Chaos for that. And then Trial of Sechamus it's 1 floor, 2 floor, 3 floor, 4 floor for the different tiers. To get your last points, you either have to do a 4 floor Trial of Sechamus, or you have to do 3 10 floor Trial of Chaos and then beat the boss that you unlock after doing 3 of them. So that's how you get them right now. There will be a third ascendancy in the game once they release the next acts. If that makes sense, you know, good. Or if you need some clarification, let me know. So, they're gonna do a league, so that will come with a reset. Well, reset. Your characters will still exist, and you don't have to play the new league. You can continue playing on the standard league, if you don't want to, you know, effectively start over. But there'll be a new league, and when that new league drops is when the new classes, when some new classes will be out. The most we've heard about when is soon. So I'm guessing it's probably going to be like another month. Then we'll get new classes, more major balance changes, you know, bring some of the higher powered stuff back down in line. The new classes will be available in standard, yes. The only thing that won't be available in standard is going to be whatever league mechanic they come out with. So, you know, if they bring back Blight as a league mechanic, because that would be an easy one for them to do without having to do too much. So if that's what they do, if it's, you know, say Blight, you won't be able to do the Blight mechanic in standard. But everything else will be available, including any additional balance changes or anything like that. So if it's going to be anything like PoE 1, like 70% or more of the player base will be playing on the league, so you will have a hard time making trades and stuff like that. But there will be some people who don't play the league. I'll likely play the new league. When it comes out. I'll still have my characters to help out. I'll delete a bunch of my characters, but I'll keep whatever
Some things just can't be abided.
my highest couple are. The ones I have the most fun playing. So I'll still be able to help out. Something that I've learned can be done is I believe it is the case that, let's say you want to get all of your ascendancy points right now, I can open a 4-floor Trial of Sekhmet, bring you with me, and when the boss is defeated, you'll be able to do your senses as well. And you don't even have to be in the room to get it. So, no risk of dying. You just stay a room behind. And then when you do the 4-floor, you'll get all the ascendancy points. Now, so it's I believe on purpose in the game, because they like letting people do whatever they want to do, and so people will sell like ascendancy carries. And I think last I saw it was 40 exalts. So if you've got 40 exalts, you can just get all of your ascendancy points right now. But then you're not using that to buy gear and all that. Although I hear that we're in the progress of changing which currency is the base currency. So exalts aren't going to necessarily be the base currency anymore. So...
A damn thing around here.
I am not a fan of the Trial Chaos because you can get to, like, there's so many things that are just things I'm not good at dealing with. And you can just get to the point of you know, you get to the end, and then it gives you a choice of 3 things. It's like, well, either one of these 3 things, they're all bad for me. And I'm not gonna be able to make it through the boss because of XYZ. And so you really have to, like, over level it, which then, now that they've tweaked Trial of Sekhmet to be easier, like, it's even more of a reason to just do Trial of Sekhmet the whole way. So that's what I do. If you've done a 2-floor Trial of Sekhmet, then you've already got the points you'll get from doing the 4-floor trial, the Trial of Chaos, or room, I guess. When the next axe comes out, the next trial is believed to be Trial of the Ancestors, which was in Path of Exile 1, and it's kind of a auto battler. Like, you're in there fighting alongside the minions you put in there, but you basically put minions in, pick where they go. They can equip a singular piece of gear, which is specific to that. So you can make this guy freeze more often, make that guy, you know, deal more damage or whatever. I liked Toda. There were some builds that that you could play the build and you don't even need to buy minions and you can just win. And the other nice thing about Toda, like Trial of Sekhmet, if you die in Toda, you don't actually die, so it's very hardcore friendly. So in Trial of Sekhmet, if you die to actually running out of health, yeah, you died. And if you were playing hardcore, you lost your character. But if you are playing, if you die to the other thing, whatever the stuff, yeah, if you lose to honor, you don't lose your character. Well, in Toda, the way Toda works, you have a totem that keeps reviving you, so it's expected that you're going to die occasionally, and the totem will revive you. And if they destroy your totem, that's how you lose. And whether you're dead or alive, when your totem is destroyed, um, you lose the match, but you don't actually lose your character. So I imagine that's going to carry over, and I'm looking forward to it. I liked Tota. And then I don't know how going forward it's going to be. Can you do your first trial of Sanctimist to get first two, and then the first trial of Chaos to get the second two, and then trial of the Ancestors to get 6 while doing each one at level 1? Because that'd be kind of cool.
I despise fungus.
Yeah, so the Trial of Chaos, if you die before you can go click the thing in the rewards room, then you don't get the points. You have to click the altar in the end. If you want, I've got plenty of the tokens, and I can help you get through it. You know, since you did get through it, you just didn't click the altar. Yeah, it can be that way. It's not for everyone. I like it a lot. I can understand why people don't, though.
Need more mana. What's this then?
Yeah, I think it is a bit more punishing than PoE 1 is. And so I am glad they're continuing to make upgrades, new leagues, and new content for PoE 1, so that, you know, there's a way to do like a balance. The other thing is, you know, I hear that Diablo 4's League also just came out, so yeah, they have talked about needing to put more waypoints in. I think it was on Xbox Game Pass. I don't know. Yeah, it looks like it's not technically free to play, but they have done free. I just like I bought Diablo 4, I bought the expansion for Diablo 4, and
Why is it warm?
which meant in order to buy everything, I've spent like $180 on Diablo 4. And I feel like Path of Exile 2 is a better game to me for the way I play games. So yeah, being a live service game, it's kind of, yeah. Well, the nice thing about Diablo 4 is once you've done a bunch of the game, it doesn't make you replay the game. So you have to beat the story one time ever, period. The next league comes out, you have to start a new character, but you don't have to play the story again. Well, in Diablo 4, there's not much there, so if you remove something, you basically don't have much of a game left. So,
Another notch on the helmet.
yeah, I mean, depending on what the situation is, most bosses should have that. Probably all bosses should have that.
Your job's long over.
Yeah, I can't think of anything off the top of my head where a death after a boss makes any sense. So, yeah. So I think this is my opinion on PoE 4, or not PoE 4, PoE 2, and that those kind of mechanics. There is a place for those mechanics, and that place is like far end game. So until you're done with the axe, I think that there should be 0 death penalty. Yeah, the place is maps. And I think that even the way they have it now, it's too punishing on maps. And I was talking to somebody, I don't remember if you're here for that. I would rather they go back to PoE 1's 6 portal thing. So you have six chances to go back in, even if you die. Because we're not playing hardcore, so why make it a pseudo hardcore? So let us have 6 portals to go in, and then also just reward you more for not dying by having something like a magic find. When you go into a zone, you have an additional amount of magic find until you die in that zone. Then that zone is, you know, tainted, and you lose the magic find. But you still get everything. You still get to go back in and loot the stuff. You still get, you know, to complete the map and continue your progress through the Atlas. If you lose all 6, yeah, you're probably doing content that's far too hard, and you should back up a bit. But unless you're losing all 6, you know, especially the way the game is now, where there can be like, literally, I don't know what killed me. Which is also the same thing in Pee-wee 1. There's lots of effects that cause the I have no idea what killed me. But if I wanted to lose everything on a singular death, then I wouldn't. I'd be playing hardcore. Yeah, until maps, it doesn't even make thematic sense until maps. Like, in maps, well, you know, you lose, it becomes overridden by whatever stuff. But when you're not in maps, you still have to go back in. Yeah, and I get where you're coming from with Torchlight 2. And while they are similar, like the core of the games are similar concepts, being completely different in the end. Now, if Pee-wee 2 allowed for offline modded play, where it's like, yeah, you can play modded and offline, and when you do so, like, there's a way to tell that you're offline, so you can't be like, oh look, I got my first whatever kill, and then be like, oh yeah, but you modded it so that thing only had 1 health, you know. If there was some way to do that and have it be just, oh Jesus, this guy just wouldn't let me alone. Wasn't paying enough attention. Then I could see modded play for offline play. And offline doesn't necessarily mean you can't, like, network play with your friends. Then I can see that being a thing, but one of the problems that I end up having with games, one of the problems I run into with games is if I'm allowed to mod a game, I'll mod it, and then I'll mod out what makes the game actually fun for me, just in the nature of doing that. Like that's literally what happened when I was playing TCG Simulator. Is like, oh, I'm playing the game, and then whatever the card shop simulator. I'm playing the game. It was like, ooh, it can be modded, and I modded it, and all I added was things to make it so I can open packs faster, because opening packs is how you make money. Well, then all of a sudden I was doing nothing but staring at my opening pack screen for, you know, the entire time I was playing. And it just lost its shine, and then I lose interest in the game and I move on. And being that the type of game PoE is, I don't know if they want to risk that kind of thing, because I'm sure I'm not the only one that does that. And so, me knowing that's the way I am, if they had a ranked versus opened play, then what would happen is I would only ever play ranked. And then anybody, like if you wanted to play open, I wouldn't even have a character there. But, you know, that's a different thing. So, I don't know. Yeah, but then I don't feel, I don't know. If I mod a character in, so it's like, okay, you're at this point, I'm just gonna clone your character and play, you know, whatever. It's like, ooh, give me a headhunter, give me the best gear in the game, give me, you know, whatever, just so I can. It's like, okay, yeah, well, then again, I've modded the fun out of the game. And that's just my opinion. Your opinions can absolutely be different. But so I can see why you'd want it, but I can also see why it would. I would never play on a non-ranked thing, because I feel like the moment I play not ranked in a modded server, that also takes the fun out of the ranked servers, because then I get to it, because that's what happened to me in one season of PoE 1, is I dropped a mirror, and I bought all the best gear that I could with a mirror's worth of gear, and then progression just slammed to a halt. And it's like, okay, well, I can get progression again if I make a new character. Well, I still had enough money left over that new character had all the best gear. It was fun one time, and it's like, okay, well, I'm done. And I got a mirror, and that's the fastest I ever quit a league. It's fun for a little bit, and then, you know, the fun wears off, because it's like, I've got everything I want now, so I don't know. And then it also made it so when I was playing other characters, it's like, okay, well, I'm playing this other character, but it's nowhere near as fast as the other character that I geared out. So I might as well be playing the geared out character, but I'm not having fun anymore on that character. So I don't know. It becomes, it's an interesting trade-off, and I'm not sure what the solution is for that. So, I don't know. And again, that's just my opinion. So, I guess, you know, thinking about it more, the way I have fun with the game is overcoming the hardships that the game puts in front of you. Not, and so if you mod the hardships away, then it takes some of the wind out of the sails of the time when you finally do win. For me, anyway. Well, yeah, and I guess that's where it comes to why there are some things that I want to see changed in the game and some things I don't. Things that are difficult, are rewarding to overcome. Things that are cheap and don't feel good, and you know, that's bad for the game. And so that's where the, well, I don't know what killed me should get fixed. Somehow you should be able to figure out why you're dying so you know what you need to do to fix it. Yeah. Yeah, so that's where I'm at with the game, is like there are some things that are punishing for the sake of being punishing versus difficult are two different things. And a fight being difficult is fine. Fight being unfair and punishing is not. And I think that to me, the Trial of Chaos for most of the builds that I play is far too punishing, and so then I just don't do it, and I do the Secumus for all of my stuff. That's why it's good when there's things that are punishing for different builds. There's alternate ways to do stuff. Right, and that's why as far as I know, in PoE and PoE 2, there's only one time that a mob gets full immunity. They have resistances, and you can overcome those resistances in multiple ways. But there's only one time that I know that they have multiple, or that have straight immunities. And even then, I don't think that they should be in the game, but it's at least fair because it's during the placing explosives expedition, and you get to choose whether you're going to trigger the immunity or not. So if it's immune to lightning damage, if I do mostly lightning damage, well, I'm just gonna avoid that thing and not trigger it. If I don't do lightning damage, it's a free thing. So yeah, it's immunities. I think immunities really don't have no purpose in the game. Temporary immunities, where you're temporarily immune to all damage, it's questionable. So I know there's one that's like immune for 2 seconds, and then not immune for 6 seconds, and then immune for 2 seconds, and then not immune for 6 seconds. That's like, sure, whatever. Yeah, and then the game should also do some amount of work to guide you towards what you need to fix everything. So one thing that PoE 2 does to try to help guide you towards being more defensive is every act, it puts a big thing when you change acts saying your resistances got lower, you know, and that's supposed to, like, oh, my resistances are getting lower, I should probably do something about that. But it doesn't do a good job of explaining that you need to layer your resistances, or layer your defenses, I mean. You know.
Oh. Is it supposed to
I also don't like things that are tedious just to be tedious, like finding these stupid things. Why do they have to be random spawns that can sometimes be together, like right next to each other in the same room? There, finally see it. Yeah, the soul cores here, I don't think they should be random spawns. Or if they're going to be random spawns, there should be something guiding you to them. Path of Exile does a lot of things where they guide you towards where you're supposed to be going. If you know what you're looking for, you can find the way you're going with almost certainty in a lot of places. Maybe I just don't know what it is for these soul cores. Like, I know you can see this red line before it's lit up. You can see it. And so it guides you to those things. It's also a static zone. That doesn't really change much. But there's a lot of maps where what you do is you follow the road and you'll get to your objectives. So it does a good job of guiding you when you know what you're looking for. I just wish that it was a little bit better, a little bit more obvious. And the soul cores are just... It's dumb that you end up full clearing the zone to find the soul cores. Okay, so this is a stat stacker because I'm using two specific items. One I'm wearing now, and one I'll be wearing at 52. And the combination of the two, it ends up being very powerful. So the first is this weapon. So the weapon, wearable at level 1, 2% increased area effect for attacks per 5 intelligence, 2% increased attack speed per 5 dex, and 10% increased weapon damage per 5 strength. So in the beginning you stat stack strength, and then you start to balance it out later on. And then you pair that with these gloves that I have here, which 1 to 10 lightning damage to attacks per 10 intelligence, and that the combination of them, and then attack speed per dexterity. The combination of all of that makes for just a crazy amount of damage. And then once I've got these gloves on, I think I don't need the flat lightning that I have, so I switch over to this attack speed instead. And then I haven't put any points in, or I haven't done my ascendancy at all yet, because I think the first two don't matter, because it does attribute requirements of gems can be satisfied by highest attribute. Well, they're all already satisfied, and they're going to be, so that's fine. And then after that, I'm going for inherent bonuses from intelligence, strength, and dexterity are doubled. So when I get that, which I could do if I want to do the ultimatum, but I'm gonna get more levels first. I don't know what jewels are good. I think I have 2 jewel sockets right now. Yeah. And neither of them have anything in them. I should probably put something in them. Range on melee hit, I think, is good. Is it this Horns of Bindon? Wings of Kalen. So interesting. I don't think it beats just having Onslaught all the time. Because that's 20% increased skill speed and 10% increased movement speed. I just have it all the time. Alright, I do need to... add, now that I've got two things, anyway, quick upgrade Tempest Bell to 10, upgrade Ice Strike to 10. I think Shattering Palm is the next one. Um, so Herald of Ice gets Lightning Infusion. So apparently if you do Lightning Infusion and Herald of Ice and Cold Infusion Herald of Thunder, no. So in PoE 1 they do. In PoE 2 you need to use the skill. It's a Spirit Gem. Charge Infusion. Yeah, so Charge Infusion gives it effects. Gives it the effects that you would normally use have in PoE 1. So it consumes a charge every, so many seconds, and then while you have a power charge and during charge or frenzy charge, that you get these bonuses here. So you have to have that in order for it to have any inherent effect. Otherwise, there are things that like use the charges up, and that's what they're for. That's what you do. I think. Magnified effect and kind of. And reduction. Appreciation long shot. Eye Strike does 2800 DPS. I actually want
I
to
got a different idea.
check. I take this out. $26.94 to 28, so like 140. Okay. It's not nothing.
At long last.
Yeah, so if it's for your current gear, your current class that you're using, if it's not for your current class that you're playing, then I wouldn't use anything ever, really. But basically, if it's got one good stat and it's blue, there's no reason not to regal it. You know, make sure it's got 2 stats and then regal it. If it's got either one stat that's really good or 2 to 3 stats that are good, that's when I would exalt. Qualitying, it's just kind of whenever you have enough and you feel like you're going to use something for a while. It's like, oh, this was a big upgrade, I'm probably not going to replace it for a while, and it's hard to say when that is going to be. But when that happens, then you want to quality your gear, especially if it's a piece of gear that you have. Like a weapon is really important to quality. A armor is less important to quality. It does give you defenses, but if you have something on your skill tree that's like more defenses from your equipped armor, body armor, well then body armor is something you'd want to prioritize. So on that, it's just like, I got a bunch of this. I'm not going to use it all. Let's just, you know, just do it. Socketing. If you've got a lot of extra socket stuff and you're going to use something for a while and you need to fix a resist. Overall, all that currency, once you get to maps, is fairly inexpensive. So I wouldn't worry about anything except for currently exalts, although that's changing. Apparently, we're currently changing from exalts being the primary currency to chaos being the primary currency, because we're just getting so many exalt drops in maps that the value keeps going down and down. So with that being the case, the value going down, there's less of a reason not to use it. So alchemies, I generally just don't use them very much at all myself. You can use, if you really want to know, you know, if you want to deep dive into when to use an alchemy, it's probably jewelry is the answer. But you can go to craftofexile.com and then make sure you switch to the PoE2. And then you can pick an item here. So we'll do jewelry, ring. So these are all the suffixes that can be on rings. So there's not a lot of suffixes, and most of them are affixes, suffixes and prefixes. And there's not a lot of misses. So hitting an alchemy on that, you're likely to get more hits than misses. Is compared to, let's say, a body armor. So if we change to body armor, and we're gonna do like you're doing a dex build, so dex body armor. This is what's here for dex body armors. You know, honestly, there's not that many options here either. Oh, didn't mean to. It's only backed up. Then you can put your So this will tell you what can roll, and if you put the item level of something, so you were like about 60 when I saw you on. So the item level tends to be the level of the zone. So if we say 60, this is, you know, the weights and everything, or 48, 50, 48. I was thinking. So at 48, we can look at, oh, you like maximum life. Well, the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rolls can't roll because there's 5 less rolls here. The chance of even getting a life roll is 25%. And if we did, 82 is the highest item level currently. It's 27%. So it goes up because there are more tiers. Some of these stop having tiers. So you can look at the item, see what it can roll, and whether it's worth doing. You know, because if you have a body armor that already has, you know, a life roll, let's say it has a max level life roll, and it already has a dex roll that you like, and cold resistance, and fire resistance. You know, your suffixes are all filled up. So you can't get any more suffixes. So, if you were to exalt this one, oh, this is exalting to get one of these. Yeah, if you were to exalt, how do I set this to build an item? Simulator, use calculator settings. Okay, so we're gonna pick, you know, this one. Okay, body armor, dex, 45. Item level. I didn't select the item level. We want 48 for the item level. Proceed. And then if we want to basic currency, alchemy it, start simulation. No. Oh, maximum life. I don't use this very much, but it will let me see. Okay, if I were to take my ring, see, that has max. Okay, this doesn't have everything filled out. So if I Control C over this, that copied it, and I can paste it in here. Oh, on failure, restart. Oh, that's what I had done wrong. I didn't. Okay. On failure, restart. Okay. Start. Nope. Restart. No, back. Configuration. This is an exalted orb. Alchemy. Okay. Start simulation. So if I wanted to get exactly one health, the max possible health roll and all 3 resistance rolls, stop simulation. Out of 3,000 simulations, It says 1 in 5 chances to get what you're looking for. So, like, you can use this to do stuff. I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot of. I think emulator might be what I was actually looking for. Oh yeah. So emulator, this is where I can be like, okay, I want to use an alchemy on it. Boom, I got this item. Now, if I annul it, oh, it did that. Okay. Oh, so emulator is the one I was thinking of. So you can go through and like pretend to be crafting gear to kind of learn about crafting gear. Anyway. And then you can get an idea of like, okay, what are my chances of getting something good? So you can put like, I guess in the simulator, you could put your current piece of gear. You could put like the type of currency you're thinking of using on it and what stats you're trying to hit, and then see what your percentage chance of hitting a good one of those stats are. I mean, that, like, I don't even notice everything that's good. If you're looking for generically good, life and resists. If it's got life and resists, that's a generically good piece of gear. Every class will like life and resists. Every build will like life and resists. That is a generically good piece of gear. The only way to know what's good for other builds is to either play the other builds or know somebody who's played them and ask them, hey, would this be good for your build? So I can only say for the builds I've looked at what is good, because I can't even say with certainty that light radius, that there isn't a build that cares about light radius, and so having a really good light radius is good. You know, another thing that can matter. So if we look back at, you know, Craft of Exile, and we look at the calculator, if you did find a piece of gear, right? And let's just say that it just had a health roll, and you looked at the tier of health roll that it was, and you're like, oh, this is a tier, and the tiers are reversed everywhere but in the game, because in PoE 1 and the way everybody thinks about it, tier 1 is the best, and in this case there are 13 tiers, so tier 13 is the worst. Path of Exile labels things opposite. So if I were to look at my gear, a non-unique piece of gear, this will say it's a tier, like the top one, the tier is tier 3. And then I have 2 tier 2s, 3 tier 3s, and a tier 2. That would be really decent. But it's actually because they label them opposite of what everybody cares about. So we don't want a tier 1 on that. We'd want a tier 6 or something on that. But gear is good if, based on its item level, you know, 48 here in this case, if the stat that rolled is one that people care about, life is one that almost everyone cares about, and it's rolled high. Because if it's only 10 to 19 life, this tier 13 or 1 or whatever you want to call it, no one's going to care about that. That's garbage. If it's up here and it's the 70 to 84, that's looking pretty good, but no one's probably going to buy it for that roll alone. But if it says 100 to 119 at item level 48, that's a max roll. That's the max it can get, is somewhere in that range, right? And so you pair that with some other good stats, and it becomes a good piece of gear. So if it had, you know, 1 or 2 resists that weren't the lowest tier, you know, maybe it's got a tier 2 cold resist, not tier 2, but whatever you want to call it. And then it's got a high fire resist, and then it has thorns damage, right? Nobody cares about thorns damage. There's like one build that cares about thorns damage, and it's kind of a meme build. It's not, no one actually expects it to do well. You don't want to get hit. So that's a dead stat. But even then, this is a decent piece of gear because it's got life and resists. Attributes are very important. So attributes on here would be awesome as well. Also, defenses are really good. And if you can get a paired percent increased evasion rating that's high and a flat to evasion rating that's high, that's going to be a really good piece of gear. But what's high is going to be dependent on what item level the gear is, right? These stats on this piece of gear, this is like really good for this piece of gear. But if we had 20 item levels higher, this is a garbage piece of gear. The stats aren't good enough. Especially like if this was, let's say this is 68 now. Well, now it can roll higher. Well, if the only one that rolled high is the thorns, what this is going to do is make the required level to wear it high, while this stuff is all really low, like 48 or less item level to character level to equip. But you can't equip it at 48 because it's got thorns that require 61. So a high item level gear that rolled all low, but they're within the same range, that can still be worthwhile because it could be a leveling piece of gear for somebody. But once you have one high and the high one is garbage, is something you don't care about, well, that just ruins the piece of gear because it makes it so it has to be high level to be equipped. But the stats that you care about aren't high level. So I don't know. It's hard to explain. If you're looking for generically good, it's whatever defense is. So in this case, it's an evasion base. So high evasion would be great. Life is great. Stats are great. And resistances are great. A good combination where you've got a couple of those is going to make for a valuable piece of gear. If you have one or two, it might be okay, like if you're leveling and you want to wear it, but it's probably never going to sell. So it's not worth trying to sell that piece of gear until it's got like 4 good stats. And usually they're generically good stats. I don't know. That's kind of... The best that I can look at is generically good. Is it generically good? Also, the other thing is when we were looking at these item bases. So if I were to go back and reset and we'll go to emulator, create new item, body armors, decks. See all these item bases? These are all the straight decks item bases. Any of these can drop at high levels. So you could get a leather vest at item level 48. Even if it got good stats, its evasion is so low, it's going to be hard to make up for the lack of evasion on it. Because if you're 48, you're expecting the base to be like 290, 237, 220, not 36. So all of these can drop at item level 48, everything here and lower. Actually, this one and lower can, these two can drop. So having a low tier base on a high item level also can kind of make it not worth it. And right now it's relatively easy to tell if you've got the right tier base because they have advanced in the name starting, at certain item levels. And so an advanced one, you're like, okay, well, the lowest advance is a 51, so I'm at least within my range. when these are dropping, and as soon as expert starts dropping, you just ignore everything that doesn't say expert. You know, so the base matters as well, but the stats are more important. But especially if you're going to try to sell it, base is important. Beyond that, what's good? If you have a price checker, you can kind of check. So if I look at this ring and I have my price checker turned on, you can see that I can see this ring, and it requires level 20, so it's a low level ring that has some lightning resist and some to attacks and some chaos resist. These are the important stats to me. Actually rating, I don't think is important. I search on that. No results. There's currently nothing available, so let's play with this a little. Let's do. Don't click on that. Let's say it requires 25. Still no results. Let's take the lightning damage off. Okay, well, so this one has, you know, there's one for an exalt, one for 5, one for 40. Let's try the other damage. 20 exalt. So this might be worth something. You know, I am searching for specifically lightning resist, but even when I take out here, the cheapest are 5 exalts. So yeah, maybe this is worth 5 exalt with some resist. Maybe 6 or 7. And if you're trying to sell stuff, what I would do, like for this ring, if I wanted to sell it, I'd probably put it in for 10 exalts. If I get spammed, I know I mispriced something. Like, oh, I'm way off. I'm missing something. Maybe accuracy is very important. And I click on it and add it. So if I get spammed, I reprice it. If it takes a day and nobody responds to it, just bump it down. And after doing it for a while, you'll start to get a feeling for what people care about. And if you don't care about selling stuff, then really it's just, what do you think is good? What is good for the build that you're playing currently? So, chances are, if you don't think it's obviously good for you, and it's not one of the generically good items that has like a couple of resists on it and some life and, you know, whatever, then either it's probably not good for anybody, or it's probably cheap. The generically good stuff is the only stuff that's expensive. My music stopped. Yeah, like, no, that's absolutely true. If you have a build that is one, not a lot of people are playing, because if it's popular, like the stat stacker build is popular, and so my gloves that I bought were 2 divine, and they're not very good versions of those gloves. So what the heck? If it's popular, then it's going to be expensive. But as long as it's not a popular build, then any gear that's hyper specific to that gear, that's what I was saying. Like if you find a way to make thorns work or light radius work, the gear that's going to be the best for you is going to be dirt cheap. So yeah, that is, you know, real something you can do. When it's generically good, like it's had. One thing that I would do in Path of Exile 1 to make some money, and I wasn't very good at it, so but one thing you can do is just craft generically good gear. So I would, you know, get a piece of boots, a pair of boots, use essences on it to get movement speed or something or whatever stat I needed to do, and I just craft on it, and I'd spend, you know, some money buying the materials to craft on it, and then make them generically good. And if they're generically good, and there was ways to do it better in certain leagues, then people are gonna buy it for far more than it is really worth. But it has to be, because maybe they need that. Oh, I really need all of my resistances, like most of my resistances, to come from my boots, and I still need movement speed. Well, if you get movement speed and a bunch of resists on a pair of boots, well, whoever just needs to fix their resists and the only piece of gear they currently can swap out for one reason or the other is boots, they're gonna buy it no matter what price you put on it. So generically good always sells, is always worth something. And so, yeah, you say you're not really interested in selling. Well, sure, I don't sell a ton of stuff either, but things that I think might be worth, you know, a divine, I'm gonna try to sell, because if I get a divine for that, well, then I can spend a divine on a piece of gear for me, and my build's gonna go way better. But I tend to stop selling the stuff that's worth less than, you know, at this point it'd be like 20 exalts. If it's less than 20 exalts, I'm probably not gonna spend the time trying to fix it. I don't think so. If it does, it's right in the beginning. Yeah, it doesn't look like it, because I think if it's got a waypoint, it would have the swirl just be dark.
Well, well, look at this.
I think, you know, I'm not sure why there's not a waypoint in every zone. There's a lot more waypoints in a lot more zones in PoE 2 than there were in PoE 1. In PoE 1, it was like every third zone or so had a waypoint. So, okay, what level do I put those gloves on? Was that 52? Yeah, 52. Okay, I guess I'm gonna start using. Yeah, grilled T-bone sounds good.
So many stairs. With all their cleverness, you'd think they'd have made some sort of elevator.
beyond. How I recommend. Bye.
They weren't pulling my
No, I should probably do my trials now. I haven't done them. I'm well over leveled. I'm gonna be fine.
Welcome.
if by American
So we have game night tonight.
gold.
And for game night, we're planning on making a meatball sub bake. So it's basically open face meatball subs, but you bake them. Okay, so okay, so I don't have any relics that aren't in here. So then I do resist honor resistance, honor resistance. So that's 17 plus 17 is 34. Let's grab these out. Is there any that don't have just that one? Okay, so I don't have enough stuff with honor resistance on it. So what I'm gonna do, throw this in, that honor resistance, and then so I did spend like 3 divine worth of stuff to make this character. Now, once I'm done with this staff, the staff is going in the guild stash. That's where I got it from. Well, so I'm gonna do the reforging bench to try to get resistances. So all these ones that don't have resistances. And once I have it set up where I have maxed resistances, so I don't have to worry about getting hit so much, then I will just push the button and go, basically. Okay. There's honor resistances. Maximum honor is good. That's got maximum honor. Improved movement speed. That might be good too. I don't know. I wish that the guys were in my hideout from right away, so I didn't have to. It also has maximum honor on it. Drill distance. More maximum honor. Monsters take increased damage. That's good. All right, I'm gonna see how this does for. So, if you feel like you're going through fine, then you're not doing anything wrong. Yeah. So, do that. Do that. Honor resistance. Maximum honor. Maximum honor. Maximum honor roll. I'm just gonna go with that. So that's a legitimate strategy though, is over leveling thing. If you over level, then you're gonna get hit less often, you're gonna hit things more often, and you're gonna have an easier time. You're going to progress slower through the story and slower through maps by trying to be significantly over leveled. In general, as long as when you hit tab, you have the monster level in the corner. As long as you're within 2 levels either way of the zone you're in, you're doing okay. If you're really pushing and you're not killing stuff a lot, which is what I tend to do when I'm rushing, then you might be 2 levels below the zone. More than that's probably bad. If you are taking it slow and you know, full clearing things and getting as much stuff done as possible, you could be 2, 3, 4, even like you said, 5 over. That was a strategy in PoE 1 that still holds true in PoE 2. Is there are zones where it's like, these are good XP zones. Go stay here till you're 8 levels over. Especially if you're playing hardcore, just to give you that buffer so you're not going to die. You should be able to maintain an even level with the zone on any build that you're doing. So if you're 5 over like you're at now, then you should have an easier time. Now that doesn't mean that bosses aren't going to mess with you still. But maybe you're not upgrading your gear as often as you should.
This better be worth it. Here goes nothing.
Yeah, probably put some 6s in. So that's also a problem that I have. You know, am I upgrading my gear often enough? I probably am not. But like even now, I really should be looking for resist on some gear, and I'm not. But if you're not buying gear and you're not selling gear, then really you're just kind of watching for upgrades, and if you see something that's like, oh, this is an upgrade, or this could be an upgrade, that's where you craft on it. You're doing your archer, like ranger build. Three over is not bad. Like that's a reasonable amount of over leveling, to maintain a bit of a buffer, and to maybe make up for being a little bit behind on gear. So I wouldn't worry about being three over the zone. And honestly, depending on where you're at and what situation you're doing, sometimes there's a bunch of zones in a row that are very similar in level, and so you'll end up getting 3-4 over the level just naturally. Yeah, and going through Cruel, you should be going through the zones faster than you were the first time, because you have more tools available to you. But also, a lot of the zones are, the level difference between the zones is less, because you're getting half as many levels this time around. You're only going to level about 65 when you're done. So you're like 40 when you get there the first time, 40 something, and you'll be 65 by the time you're done the second time around. So now I am doing a lot more damage. Like, first of all, I back leveled here, so the zone is only 22, so I'm gonna one shot most things. But like, you're not going to one shot everything. That's not normally what the expectation is.
Anything for a sip.
So you're doing the bow build. Are you doing lightning arrow, right? Are you using Herald of Thunder? If you have extra spirit, you can try using some Herald of Thunder. That I just added that. And it's usually good in most any lightning build. Thunder and ice. Okay. Yeah. I mean, aside from, are you following a build, or are you doing your own thing? Because PoE 2 is a lot friendlier about doing your own thing. But if you're not following a build, maybe taking a look at a build and just getting an idea, oh, hey, look, they're doing this. I can fold that in and grab some more survivability or more damage.
The foe ahead is formidable. Steel yourself.
Oh, great. A moving pile of rocks. Outrunner.
Didn't even get to attack.
Enough of you!
That's what overleveling will do for you.
Succeed.
So this is time to see.
Let's plan. May that serve you.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're not doing anything wrong, so... Okay. Temple, I'm gonna try Temple of Chaos. I'm not a big fan of it. I'm not as over leveled compared to it. Actually, it's 38 and I'm 38. I'm off level for it. So we'll see how I do here. Wait. Oh, you want to come with?
An eager mercenary approaches in search of riches. Prove your last victory was not mere chance.
So here, Impending Doom, I think, is bugged and it's way bigger than it's supposed to be. And it kills me every time. I think Deadly Monsters is the best of these. We just kill things before we get hit and we'll be fine.
Gossamer flesh and brittle bones. challenger.
Always love a good elevator.
No, I should have gotten a better health flask. Whoops.
This is just the beginning.
Two additional monsters on modifiers on rare monsters. Yeah, Stormcaller Runes is probably better. We'll go that way.
Descends.
Yeah, deadly monsters plus two additional.
Outlive my expectations.
Two additional modifiers is probably a bit much. If I don't make it through this one, I need to change out my health flask.
Need more mana. Need more mana.
What? It kicked me off the.
We are only getting started.
Stormcaller Runes 2, I guess? Because I already have really low elemental resistances. Yeah. My resistances are... I guess they're not terrible, but... They're not good.
Stay close or perish.
Oh, I don't like this one. Escort quest.
Don't give up so early.
Okay, so here's the boss. I think lessened reach, because it's just a boss, that should affect us the least. I don't want to do Stormcaller Runes 3, and I really don't want to do escalating damage taken.
Both depth and perception.
It's turkey time.
Let's dance,
A
bird.
bird will do anything to feed its young.
Need more mana. No mana. No mana.
I can't get to him. Stupid runes. Oh, I died.
Ignorance trumps potency, but maybe not in your case.
I ran out of mana. And we'll try it again. Give it a couple of tries, and if it doesn't play nice,
Since your previous attempt.
Stormcaller I think is the best choice there. That Stormcaller wasn't too bad before.
Lightning descends. Challenger, prove yourself worthy of chaos.
I missed one up there. Come on, click the switch.
This is just a warm-up.
Okay, I think entangling vines. Blood goblins may not be the worst choice. Yeah. Blood globules I hate because if you get hit by the boss's blood globule, because that is it will put one out, that will one-shot you.
Don't give up so early.
40% to all resists, I think, is the way to go here. It means we'll do less damage, but the deadly volatiles are also bad. I think getting crit on also sucked last time.
Their skin grows stiff and resilient. Pillage and retrieve.
No, I don't like this one.
Need more mana.
Okay, I'm gonna go up and see if I can get the thing that's gonna be up here. That wasn't too bad.
This is just the beginning.
Well, Stalking Shade, we should kill the boss before we can even get 7 Rune. So that's basically a free one, I think. Yeah, just stay away from the Stalking Rune. I think this is the Chimera, which I think is the easiest of the bosses.
Wild and wicked, this beast yearns for you.
Hey, back up, back up.
Need more mana.
Okay. Hope Stock and Ruin. Don't get too many stacks of Ruin on you. He's down below. Oh, he's moving now. I don't even see him. He must be way down again. Oh, he's way over here. God, quit. Just stay on the ground. He's one hit away from death. And I'm also one hit away from death.
Almost feel bad for that one.
Whew.
Looked like it was somebody's pet project.
May the strong grow even
For
stronger.
the reward.
That soul core of Takati is probably worth something. I don't know if it's still worth something. But there we go. And you have to come click this. Yep. I'm gonna run to the bathroom quick. Okay. I'm back. Did you come over and click the thing? Hate drowning orbs.
Another bloody ambush! Stunning! Bloody horror! These probably ain't the good kind of mushrooms.
Hey. I'm not the only nerd here. Do you watch any more solo leveling? Nice. Yeah. I think it's good. The ending of season 1, such a twist. Have you watched what's available of season 2 already then? So my brother was trying to get me to watch Dan to Dan, and we watched the first 4 episodes of Dan to Dan, and it's just a little too much for me. I don't know if I can get into it. I have a very low cringe tolerance, and there are some points in that exceeded my cringe tolerance. So I watched it. I watched first 4, and I don't know that I can. I'm not, not gonna say anything about people who do. I started watching, I've seen the first 4 or 5 episodes of Faraway Paladin now. Started watching that with my wife. That was the next on the list. Yeah. Give us your banana. No. What do you got for me? Anything good? Oh, Remy, or Jeremiah, the other thing to get upgrades on is you buy more upgrades than you expect that you would. So, for a long time, my favorite anime was one called Charlotte. I don't know if you've ever seen Charlotte, but I think that's a really good one. Yeah, it's like people have superpowers, but they don't necessarily have the corresponding superpowers that make them OP. Like, there's a guy who can get going really, really fast, but then can't necessarily stop on a dime, and so he ends up hurting himself by running into stuff all the time. And then halfway through the series takes a dramatic turn. And it's not even halfway, it's like 2/3 of the way through. I think it's very good. And is still one of my favorite.
Need more mana.
I've seen some of One Punch Man. I don't have a problem with it. At the time, I couldn't get into it. I think I should give it another shot because I was just really busy at the time. Did you see the live action One Piece? I saw some of the animated One Piece, but there's so much of it, I feel like I'm never gonna catch up, and so I don't feel like watching the anime. But the live action seems like a good place to start for me, and I liked it. So when I was hanging out with Carl and my brother a couple weekends ago, that's something that we talked about was like Dragon Ball Z. It's like, I don't think I ever finished Dragon Ball Z, and then we went through and looked through all the episodes. It's like, you know what? I have seen all of these. So apparently I've seen all of Dragon Ball Z. I never watched the original Dragon Ball.
Found him all. This should come in handy.
Okay. You have to wait until after the.
We share a lot of gold. Show me your treasures, and I shall show you mine.
Yeah, I've done worse. Hate to tumble and run, but a solid gold baby. And a dream for this one.
I never got into the Gundam shows. Giant robot animes just don't do it for me. Not my thing. The exception is Full Metal Panic. I think Full Metal Panic is really good. Although I've only seen the original series. There's a like parody high school whatever version, and that one is, you know, let's see, it's Shattering Palm.
Be warned, they are queen.
Until next time.
Hope I can get that back once we're done with this door. Whew, she's a bit warm in here. Shite, that's hot. is that? Stupid salad!
Flesh burns in. Let the sun curl your flesh.
He's lost it.
Euphoria. Light shall remain.
I like the sun as much as the next guy, but you lot took it too
Vile
far.
ingenuity never ceases to amaze me. I wonder what these runes. I can make out symbols for blood and offering. Wait, no. It's not a blood offering, it's someone of vile blood. Perhaps if I... It worked! Now this is truly something! The apex! It's opening! Goodness me! We're back in the encampment? I can't believe it! We were right on top of this device the entire time. Oh. What? Are these? There they are. What are you
Stupid
doing?
salad!
I was hoping to avoid conflict.
Jeez. Oh. Okay, I might need to do something different for defenses.
I was hoping to avoid conflict.
Oh, come on.
Day's work.
Alright, let's see if I immediately die on this, or if I lock her out and kill her before she has a chance to do anything.
This is all just a misunderstanding.
Which one of you activated the gate? Which one of you is a Val blood?
Why, that was me, of course. I am Alva Valai, treasure hunter extraordinary.
Take her! Bring her to Doriani. As for you, I will pay back every drop of Val blood you have spilled. I will not
Can't
relent!
let you take Miss Valai.
You will fall before us. Pain sharpens the mind. Ali's web! I shall catch you!
Oh, well. That was better than I thought it was going to be. What? Wait.
One down. Who's next?
Oof. Oof. Yeah? What boots are those?
Who's next?
Nice. Yeah, those are decent ones. God dang it. Yeah, my evasion is not good. My armor is not good. Oh, I can't wear those yet. Those seem decent. I'm gonna try wearing those.
Need more mana.
There's a path here. Ooh. Nope. Thought I wasn't gonna make it. Oh, then I'm gonna die. Oh, God. Sacrificial heart. I need it.
This thing's still beating. Let's see what happens. useful eye. No mana! Clever bridge.
Fool! There is no time for this. Azeri will soon commune with the beast. Cease your assault. Stop this at once. I take no pleasure in harming my own. But if you persist, I will do with her what I must.
Okay. Final boss, Act 3.
The demon of Atzoatl has finally come for me.
Enough talk! Show me what you got!
The power of the Vine. You are blind to the greater good.
Need more mana!
Nothing can stand against us. Let's see how you handle this. Sheer power. I can't give up. I must save my people.
You know why we're here! It happened! It cannot be stopped!
No, I will succeed. I've been preparing for you for years.
There's no need for all this!
I will burn you alive. Unexpected, but more critical. No! Do not fail me. Not now.
Exile cannot be saved. History is already written. You can
Yeah, my
stay here in
survivability is a little low, but
or
that's just
come
this
with us
build.
and help
Like
save the future.
this build has got really good DPS,
Legacy of the Val must be protected.
and it really only takes this staff.
Do more for the way to contain the beast.
Let's just start talking then. My friend here isn't exactly the peacemaking type.
Okay. So, in order to sell the things, I need to go. Can I not switch? I don't think we have. I haven't.
Like for that to happen. Just doing my job. I promise.
Treasure in particular. Don't get eaten.
You know not. You breathe
Oh yeah,
with your
I gotta sell. Like, why am I talking to that guy? Yeah, selling this stuff. That's why I'm talking to that guy.
Get eaten.
Okay, so now I have to remember to compare the old uniques to the new uniques. Because... yeah, this one has additional evasion rating on it that that doesn't have. Path of Believers?
Yes.
Okay, I'll be right back. Okay. So
Hey, boss, get down from there.
I think the thing is it'll oh. Yeah, I'd have to put the whole build in here. I don't want to do that right now. But at some point I should do that. I should put a whole build in there. And after putting the build in there, see how that affects plus to skills and stuff.
By the first ones! You're alive!
Quick, animal!
It's nice when he doesn't get a chance to walk away from the starting area.
There's a beast that if you could.
Kindness will get you killed in times like these, old man.
Spirit gem. Not level enough.
A face like that almost makes me want to help.
What I really should do currently is look at gear again. So I don't think I have anything else here that I'm going to be able to wear. I don't put this on until I put that on. Show filters. Item category. Dang. Level requirement 44. That's what I am, right? I guess I could look at my stash of gear. Is there anything I can start putting on here?
Not a good idea.
Oh. So here I can use this, which adds spirit. See, with the extra spirit, and resists. Okay, let's put this back away. Ooh, I like this ring. It's a lot better. See if I bam. So now I'm well over on cold, and I need some lightning. So I should probably be able to. Okay. Place the one. Yeah, it's good enough. My resists are good. I didn't even buy anything. And did that increase my ice strike DPS? It did.
That's ominous.
Oh, I forgot I was gonna have this. Oh, Herald of Thunder and Herald of Ice already have. Great, never mind. If I put the extra spirit, I can put Vitality on. Or Clarity on. Probably Clarity. Well, one of them takes 20. I don't remember which one it is.
A good mercenary knows when to cut and run. I won't end up lying in a field like this. Another notch on the honor. Should have expected a trap. Well, that's creepy.
It depends on the support gem, I believe, and there's some support gems that affect the cast on shock, and there's some support gems that don't. And if they don't affect the cast on shock, they'll affect the skill that's socketed into it.
No getting through here. Well,
Okay.
not yet.
So that's a good use of Path of Building. So let's find out. If I were to do a skill, new skill group, cast on shock, and ball lightning. In theory, oh, this doesn't. This doesn't show. This will show everything that can affect it, but doesn't show what. Doesn't order it currently. So, if we did, so right now, cast on shock, ball lightning. 17.2. Yeah, I kind of do too. It makes the support gems feel less, I don't know, less of a progression to it. But I kind of get why they got rid of them, but... Okay, if we add brutality to cast on shock, ball lightning, that completely deletes the damage because it says deals no elemental damage on it. So concentrated effect should up its damage. So that's 24. Cold penetration will up its effective damage. Or not cold. Lightning. See, elemental focus will do 25% more damage. In in PoE 2 or in PoE 1, Path of Building, these will actually if I look at Path of Building for PoE 1, so if we did ball lightning, cast when stunned, you can see it makes the DPS go up, you know, whatever. There's all those numbers at the bottom here. PoE 2 doesn't have those numbers right now. So, depending on what is your ball lightning, are you supposed to, or are you trying to make your ball lightning do damage, or are you gonna do something like, well, I'm gonna have it apply lightning exposure so that your normal hits do more? I wish this did the math and put them in order, like, because in PoE 1 it orders it by damage. So that's where, okay, so if you were to come into here and put, so let's say you went this way, that way, this way, and I think you put this, okay, 1 for intelligence, 2 for strength, 3 for dexterity, so you're probably doing 3. You know, you come in here and you do whatever points you've put in. Like you said you went up to the Herald here. So you can kind of go through here and put your character into here. And then you have to put your skills in. Once PoE 2 has the feature, so PoE 1, you can import a build from your account, and when you import like that, then you go to your tree. It's got everything from your tree already put into it from the game, so that makes it really easy. The API isn't available yet in PoE 2 to pull this information down, but like this character that I imported, this is all the gear I'm wearing, this is the skills I have equipped, this is the tree I have, you know. So once that's enabled, which they will put it in, it'll make it a lot easier to import your build instead of having to manually pull everything in. But then you go to items, it's like, okay, well, let's do a create custom, and you can just, you know, paste your item in and get it to equip all your items, and it'll take a while. And that's why I was saying I didn't really necessarily want to spend all that time right now doing that. But when you do that, it will give you a DPS value over here. And once you have that DPS value, you'll be able to see how changing things will affect the abilities and how your DPS will go up or down. And in the configuration, you can put things like what their lightning resistance is, and you know, all this stuff. Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit better than PoE 1. And they're constantly making improvements to it, but yeah, 100%.
Here I would ask, if you find a find out there, do bring it back.
What happened here?
And one of the things they did say that they, you know, they want there to be like a sense of discovery. Like, they don't want to hold your hand through everything. So you're like, ooh, if I do this and this, then I get this, you know, whatever combination. So they want there to be a sense of discovery. So there's always going to be some things it doesn't tell you about, so that you can discover them and be like, ooh, this is really cool that I can do this.
Magic still thrives.
But they may have taken that a little too far. In what way?
No, tell me that isn't fungus. No mana. Fungus. Just had to be fungus. Back to the grave. Simple enough.
Well, okay, to be fair, this is an over-optimized character that is wearing gear that it would not have if I was just leveling to this point. I gave this character gear from a higher level character. So, like, and the character you're playing, this is your highest level character, right? You don't have one that's already 2 maps. Like, I don't feel like your character was in a bad spot. So it's not, like, honestly, not even understanding is the problem. The problem right now is that this is effectively a twink character. And so it feels a little different because I've given it a whole bunch of extra gear. If I were to go and buy you perfect gear for your character, it wouldn't look much different than the gear you're wearing. It's just going to be optimized, like more physical DPS on your bow. I mean, some of that just comes with experience, and there's a lot of experience from Path of Exile 1 that carries over into Path of Exile 2, and I've got 7,000 hours into Path of Exile 1. So that's where, like, if you want to, there's a couple different ways to play the game. There's a couple different ways to, well, and that's why when I'm, like, I'm trying to be better about not zooming past a bunch of stuff when I'm playing with other people. Like, if I'm playing with you or Nick or Carl, even, like, Carl has a better understanding because he's played a bunch of PoE 1, but he's still not, you know, played nearly as much as I have. And you know, and Joe and stuff like that. I used to, like, zoom, and then it would annoy me how much we sit in town. And it's like, well, no, that's not the way I need to think about it. And so I'm trying to change the way that I think about it. Because, like, honestly, for the amount you've played, you're not in a bad place. You're in a pretty good place. It just doesn't feel that way when you're comparing yourself to somebody who's got 7,000 hours into a comparable game. Like, Torchlight is similar but Path of Exile 1 is like significantly more similar, and so having like there's a lot of stuff that carries over. So I don't think you're in a bad place. And actually, when we did that the trial, I'm pretty sure that you were keeping right up with me. And yeah, you were higher level than me, but I'm a twink character, and you were keeping up with me. And I, even 7,000 hours into PoE 1, actually, it was about 5,000 hours into PoE 1 is when I finally broke through my mental, stopper of wanting to pick up every currency item and picking up every rare item and picking up every unique item, and finally started like being like, okay, you know what? I don't need to pick up every rare item because they're not going to be upgrades. It's a kind of a waste of time. And in PoE 2, it's less of a waste of time, but at a certain point it becomes a waste of time. Like, I've got characters that are doing maps. Nothing here is going to be worth picking up unless it might be an upgrade for this specific character. Yeah, and that's where, if you really wanna dig into that, there are builds, at least in PoE 1, and I'm sure that they exist in PoE 2, I haven't looked for them, that are specifically duoing builds. PoE doesn't play super nice with multiple players, especially if you're not doing the same thing. Like, I'm about to be just about full lightning, and then you're lightning, and since we're both lightning, all the exposure and the whatever, well, no, your lightning is actually really good, and the problem is that it's not. Yeah, so the build that you're playing, like, I don't remember if you said whether you're following a build or doing your own thing. I think you said you were doing your own thing. But the build that is an actual build that does your skills, the lightning rod is only used on particularly difficult rares and bosses. They don't even use that the rest of the time because it's just too slow. And so the build is built around lightning arrow being enough damage to take out the screen most of the time. And then when something difficult, when that's not enough and it takes a second longer, then you throw down the rods, and the rods like triple your DPS. So, or more. So it's also a play style mindset of, you don't have to be doing 100% of your DPS on every single monster. You just need to be doing enough and then continue moving. And if you don't feel like you're doing enough with just lightning arrow, that's where looking into what can you do to increase the damage of the base lightning arrow. And you look at the skill, and lightning arrow, I think, just like my ice strike here, what does it say? Oh, right here. It says converts 80% of physical damage to cold damage. So you get to really focus on physical damage on your weapon, specifically on your weapon. Lightning damage everywhere else, but specifically on your weapon, you want to do increased physical damage as much as possible, because then that physical damage gets converted, and then all your lightning modifiers are applied. And so, like, doing things like putting runes in that increase the physical damage, increasing the quality, which increases physical damage, having a higher level base that increases physical damage. The number one thing is, how much physical damage does your bow have? Number two thing is adding levels to the skills, although that also increases the mana costs, so you got to balance, so you don't aren't always out of mana. But like, those are things that you, the amount of time that I played PoE 2, even I picked up some of those things, and that's what we were talking about earlier about comparing, like, how much more physical damage does a bow need to have to make up for not having plus to skills on it. And now that we have Path of Building, if I took the time to fill it in, I could see that, okay, if I had a bow that had +2 to skills, if I wanted a bow that is equivalent, wanted a bow that does the same amount of damage but doesn't have +2 skills on it, how much more physical damage do I need to have? I think it's like 20% per level or something like that, which isn't even that much.
You did it! At last, it's over! Praise the first one! What is this? Graves! Isabel! Torquil! Callum! The family of Count Lachlan of Ogham. My family! This doesn't make any sense! They're dead! Those bastard Eternals! I must make them pay! I must make them suffer!
Shite like this. That's why I never wanted a family. Ah, fresh tracks. Must be near in the village now.
And that's another thing about Path of Exile 2 that is, I expect to change a bit, but not necessarily crazy amount, is that Path of Exile 2 currently, it lets you get too fast for some builds get too fast, and compared to what their, you know, quote unquote vision is. So I expect that they're gonna, when they do the balance changes, they're gonna slow some builds down. And try to even the playing field. And the game really, like, you're never gonna get away from a game where it's beneficial to be as fast as possible. Like, it's always gonna be, all else being equal, if you can kill something faster, you can do it more times. That's benefit right there. So you're always going to want to be as fast as you can be, while still being, you know, surviving and all that. You know, not sure. Is that Gauntlet Dark Legacy? I remember playing Gauntlet Dark Legacy. And then, like, this is an example, like, this bow, I look at it, Doesn't have flat physical. Has a really low physical damage. It is combo, so maybe it could get better. The rest of it's not worth even looking at. Move it on.
Am I seeing things? I'm gonna get ya! Oh, sure done it now. Need more mana. This is bloody work. Still, I never did like birds. Una will be happy to see this. So the hooded one was right. They lost their minds.
Okay, so it's a crossbow.
Out of mana.
So, you know, just like a bow, crossbow classes, they care about the physical damage on the bow. So let's see here. Let me. I'm gonna copy that, and I think that in Path of Building, I should be able to item, create custom, paste it in there. Nah, see, it doesn't. Why is it doing this? Cancel. I locked it up. I don't think this is not editing very well. Okay, so if I M is valid. Why does it say it's not valid? I don't know why it's not working. So 40. Okay, so instead of using Path of Building, let's do Craft of Exile. Import item. No, so that, okay, so it's not importing because the copy paste is not the kind of copy paste they want. Control Alt copy instead of just regular. Anyway, let's just do calculator. I'm gonna do 200 weapons, crossbow, item level 48. So the percent increase physical damage. So that 49% is the highest of the highest possible of the lowest rank physical damage. Because it's so low ranked, it's probably not that good because you can get more than double that. So that's where it's like that is a good stat, but it's a low rank of a good stat. So you want it to be so the game will call it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you probably want 4 or 5. At that item level. Especially since it's on a base that is going to require level 48 anyways, so you can't being low can be okay if the other stats on it or if the item level requirement is also low. So that's a good stat. It might be good, especially if you're playing effectively solo self-find, where it's like, oh, this is going to be for your character. It's going to be better than a bow that doesn't have physical damage, but there are so many other options out there that it'll be pretty easy to beat it. That's my opinion.
No escape. Not this time.
This is personal. That one was for me. And here I thought I'd reached the manor already. Bugger. This place is right fancy. Gold is wasted on the rich.
Yes, another one. He's under there.
That's him. Soon. Very soon. Well, that's one down.
First ones.
Oh, all I did was
hear
touch
our
it.
laments.
Always did say religion is dangerous. Wild creature!
You can rest when you're dead. Keep digging. Yes, more. Don't stop. The
that's
beast
nasty.
hungers.
Yeah, Act 1 boss.
This interloper has the power we need. Kill him, and you shall have everything I promised.
No noose this time. I'll remove your head myself.
You could bloody well try.
Oriana, open the cage. Release the beast. Give me what you promised.
I think not. I expect so much more from you. Since you are too weak to do the job, I'll find someone who can. Goodbye.
You manipulative whore! How dare you abandon me after all I've given you! I smell your blood. And iron. As night falls, winter's chill sought the unworthy through an endless night. They wither and tarry, forsaken frosts, as cold as death, of baleless misery. The pack won't forget. Allow me to clear your mind, if only
Second.
for a moment. The madness, it consumed my being. Oriana used it against me. Where has she taken the beast?
Oh, this is good timing because I just beat Act 1 and some of the game night guys are showing up early. So
Find her.
I'm going to finish talking to these guys
But first,
and then
stop the madness.
and I'm gonna go for the night. And it's time for game night.
We must make haste. Let us return to Clearfield to make our preparations.
Hey, you don't get to move the portal on me. Do you see that? Sin moved the portal on me.
If I you are hello, or you pay,
A swindler and a thief.
we can find.
I think.
I'm not one for music, but to each their own.
Quickly.
He doesn't.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna worry about clearing out my inventory later. I will be back on tomorrow, I'm sure. And I will talk to you guys later.